And with that, we'll start with the land acknowledgement. So at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of the Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota-Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. So we'll begin with a roll call. As the chair of this committee is away on city business, actually remote here, as vice chair I will be chairing this committee. So we'll start with those present in chambers today. We got Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
We got, oh, looks like Councillor Wright, is here. Sorry. Yeah. And Mr. Matabombe.
Good morning.
Awesome. And online we have Mayor Knack.
Good morning.
Mr. Burrows.
Good morning.
And Councillor Rutherford here.
Good morning.
Oh, there you are. Good morning. All right, and then now we'll go on to the declaration of pecuniary or conflict of interest. Sorry, turn that off. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, so hearing no declared pecuniary or conflict of interest, we will move to adoption of the agenda. Would somebody...
I'll move the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. With do you have the following changes?
Yep, with the addition of 9.1, external auditor, non-audit service request, and the replacement attachment 7.1, City of Edmonton 2025 consolidated financial statements, attachment 1.
Perfect. Any questions? All right, please vote on the motion to adopt the agenda.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried 7-0. May I get a motion for the approval of the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes from the February 25th, 2026 Audit Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any questions or errors or omissions in the minutes? Hearing none, please vote on the motion to approve the minutes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that carries 7-0. Okay, going on to council protocol, or sorry, council protocol. We don't have any today, none today. So move on to items 2.1, selection of the items for debate. If people want to click on for that. Start with Councillor Rutherford.
Oh, you can start with the public member.
Okay, sure. So start with Mr. Matamombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll select item 7.1 and 7.2.
7.1, 7.2, thanks. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I will select 7.7.
For 7.
And
Sorry.
7.7.
Yep.
And I will select 7.5 and 7.6.
7.5, 7.6. Great. Do we need to select 9.1? No? Okay. I'd like to select 9.1 then. Oh. Cool. Any others? Oh, looks like Councillor Palmer as well.
I'll select 7.2, please.
7.2 is already selected. Okay, right on. Any others? Sounds good. Thank you. So just to confirm, we have 7.1, 7.2, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, and 9.1 selected. May I get a motion to vote on reports not selected for debate? That's 7.3 and 7.4.
So moved.
Excellent. Any questions? Excellent. Please vote on the reports not selected for debate.
Any else?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that carries 7-0. Request to speak, 2.3. We have no request to speak? No? Okay. And request for a specific time on agenda? None as well. Great. I don't have any councillor inquiries. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? None. Requests to reschedule reports? None. Unfinished business? None. So going to public reports, and we'll start with 7.1. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Morgan, would you like me to read back what was passed without debate?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I would like that. Very much so.
So items 7.3 and 7.4. 7.3, corporate accounts receivable function audit, and item 7.4, administration response to corporate accounts receivable function audit were passed without debate today.
Thank you. Now we can go on to 7.1. Great. Go to 7.1.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay, we will present our audit findings report first, and then management will go second. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's acceptable. Thanks.
Thank you for having us here today, everyone. My name is Natalie Kinnell, and I'm a partner in KPMG's Edmonton Audit Practice and your lead partner for your external financial statement audit. It's a pleasure to be here today to present to you our audit findings. With me, I also have Nico Ferderer, who is your engagement manager. We did share our audit findings report in advance, and it summarizes the results of our external financial statement audit of the City of Edmonton as at and for the year ended December 31st, 2025. This report does build on our audit plan, which we presented back in December of 2025. For the purpose of this presentation, we will assume that our report has been read, and we'll highlight the more significant matters to you today. Welcome any questions or comments from the committee after our presentation. I'll start on page 193 of your package, which is page 5 of our report, and this summarizes the status of our audit. We are happy to report that we are substantially complete, pending a few activities that are outstanding. The list on page 5 was as at March 20th when we delivered our report to the clerk. However, many of these items have been cleared off. So the items that remain are holding discussions with this committee today, getting approval from council of the financial statements, and then getting a signed management representation letter, which is attached in the appendices to our report. And we expect those things to be completed on April 15th, so next week. Want to take a moment to say thank you to administration. Any audit is a significant undertaking, and want to share with the committee that we did have full cooperation from administration throughout the course of our audit and had full and open access to any and all information that we needed to obtain our report. Based on the procedures that we have performed, we are satisfied that the city's consolidated financial statements as provided to you today are a fair presentation of the city's financial position, their operations, and that the significant accounting policies, estimates, and disclosures in those financial statements are appropriate. Our report also confirms for the audit committee that we are independent of the city and therefore we are in a position to issue an unqualified audit opinion. I'll now turn it over to Nico to walk through some of the other elements of our report.
So pages 6 through 8 of our report focus on the highlights of work performed over key areas of focus. As part of our audit plan, we outlined a number of areas with key audit focus. This includes the risk of fraud from management override of controls, which is a presumed and required risk under our auditing standards, accrued liabilities, including expropriation of municipal lands, tangible capital assets, both constructed and contributed, the recognition of revenue amounts subject to external restrictions, and the city's investment portfolio. The first risk area I'll cover is the presumed risk of fraud related to management override of controls. This is discussed on page 6 of our report. This is a risk that is present in every audit as management is in a unique position to perpetrate fraud due to their involvement in the financial reporting process. Our response to this risk is twofold. We assess the design and implementation around the controls, specifically those around segregation of duties. We test journal entries that are considered high risk of fraud based on our deep understanding of the city's financial processes. Based on our procedures performed, we have no findings to report to the committee. Page 7 continues with our discussion of work over the remaining areas of focus. We executed all planned procedures communicated. We are satisfied that our audit work appropriately addressed all of the areas of focus, and we did not identify any audit misstatements or findings to communicate. Continuing on with our presentation, we have other financial reporting matters and specific topics. As noted on page 9 of our report, there were no new public sector accounting standards applicable or applied in the current year. Looking forward, there is upcoming changes to the accounting standards for the city, specifically those that govern the presentation of financial statements. These changes are not applicable until the year ended December 31st, 2027. We understand administration is assessing the impact, and we will continue to converse with administration as the implementation draws closer. Further information can be found in our appendices. Pages 10 and 11 cover our specific topics for required communications as your external auditors. We are required to read the information within the annual report and consider whether this information is consistent with the financial statements. We have verified the figures from the financial statements have been appropriately reproduced in the annual report and do not note any issues in this process. Moving on to control deficiencies, which are discussed on page 12, we are required to disclose any significant control deficiencies noted during our audit procedures, the definition of which is shared on page 12 of our report. We did not identify any control deficiencies that we determined to be significant deficiencies in internal controls or other control observations that warranted the attention of this committee. In the previous period, we identified a control deficiency around administration's review and analysis of non-recurring transactions or transactions with an elevated level of complexity was insufficient. In certain instances, we also noted the review and approval of transactions was not performed in a timely manner. An update to this deficiency is provided in the management letter and the appendices of our report, including administration's response. In short, we consider the matter to be remediated this year. The remainder of our report includes the draft management representation letter to be signed by management once the statements are approved by council, our draft unqualified auditor's report, an update to our previously issued management letter, and lastly, some thought leadership. We appreciate the continued opportunity to work with the City of Edmonton as your external auditor and thank administration for all of their support through the external audit process. We'll now open the floor to any questions you may have with respect to our report.
Thanks very much. Any questions, please click on. Mr. Madamombe.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to KPMG for the summary presentation. It does appear as though there was great work that was done. A question I have for you is, related to any unadjusted adjustments, misstatements did the auditors find any, because I didn't quite understand, the comments around that.
So our findings are included in the report. We don't have any uncorrected audit misstatements for the current period. Sorry, hold on, let me just quickly refer back to here. If you look in Appendix D, that's our management representation letter. Yes, in Appendix C is our management representation letter, and so that includes a statement that there is no uncorrected misstatements in this financial statements this year.
Okay. Thank you for that. So basically, the auditors are comfortable, with the assessment made by management. On the, issues of significant oversight matters that may have come through, did the auditors identify any,
All of our findings are included in our report, and as we mentioned, we have no significant control deficiencies noted in the year, and any matters from the previous years have been remediated.
Okay. Then just coming back to the comment on the potential changes in the accounting standards, from what you see elsewhere, would you be able to comment on the potential impact, on the changes of, the financial standards?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Maramabay. There's a few things that I will say on that, and I'll defer to management first on any specifics of the city. We know that their analysis is underway, but what I will say from a more broad spectrum, when we look across the country and different public sector entities that are looking to implement this, it's presentation. So you'll see changes in the financial statements themselves. There'll be new statements introduced. There'll be some that will be removed. And then there's some clarification on how you classify things within your statement. So our perspective is we don't expect this for any public sector entity to result in a change in the numbers, like the measurement of transactions in your statements. It'll just change the way that they're presented to the users based on some of the updates that the Public Sector Accounting Board has presented. So we don't see this being as significant of an undertaking as, say, something like the ARO implementation, where there were significant estimates and measurement uncertainty. But definitely an undertaking that management has been proactive, from our opinion, on ensuring that they understand the impact to the city.
Sure. Thank you for those comments. And I think I'll just follow that up with a general comment. I know there was a discussion on fraud risks. Just wanted to confirm from the KPMG side that the auditors did not identify any fraud risk and or any override of controls during the audit.
Thanks for the question, and correct. We did not identify any override of controls as presented in our report.
Okay, thank you. I'll, pause because I do have some comments for management, so I'll come back.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to understand, how often is it to have zero deficiencies, and how does that compare to other, and I guess to other years? And I'm not sure how long you have been, but if maybe you can share a little bit about that.
That's a great question, Councillor Palmer. What I would say is that you have a very strong accounting team here at the city, and so it is common that we have few, if any, misstatements in a year. I would say last year was an anomaly in that case, and there were factors that contributed to that, which we feel are remediated now. It is, when you have a strong accounting team, it does lend itself to a very clean audit process, and so it's not unusual for the city, and it just, I think, speaks to the attention to detail and the quality of the controls that you have in place at your institution.
And how long have you been doing the audits for the city?
So KPMG has been your auditor for 15 years.
15 years. Okay, thank you for that. And do you do other municipalities? I don't know if you're able to speak to that, but is there, from a comparison perspective, obviously you mentioned our team is very strong, and that's great to hear. We agree. Just trying to figure out how is it compared to any other municipalities from a accounting perspective? Do you normally see audits that are zero deficiencies?
That's a great question. What I will say is that KPMG as a firm audits, 8 of the 10 largest municipalities across Canada, and we have a very strong municipal practice here across Alberta. I myself am involved in a couple other municipalities in the province, and I collaborate quite closely with other partners in our other Alberta offices where we do audit other municipalities. I think it depends on the size, the complexity of the municipal activities, and so I would say that there's diversity across different municipalities, but we have seen very high quality information coming out of the City of Edmonton and quite consistently throughout our term. You will see others who you will see diversity across the province and across the country, but I think in the large municipalities, your municipality is consistently benchmarked against some of the other larger municipalities and faring well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Kennel. Just a couple of high-level questions for you. Any changes from the original initial audit plan to what was actually executed as part of the audit?
Thank you for the question. There was no changes from the original audit plan that we had presented back in December, and we executed all plan procedures effectively.
And you had sufficient time to complete all phases of the audit, weren't rushed in any of the areas to get it done to meet deadline?
That is correct.
Okay. And in your opinion as the auditors, understanding that there wasn't a lot of changes in policy, but any opinion on level of conservatism or aggressiveness in the city's application of policy where there is significant judgment?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Burrows. What I will say is that throughout the course of the audit, we look for areas of management bias, and we do spend time on estimates that are drawn by the city. We don't have any indication through our audit procedures that there is any bias from management's determination of estimates, and that would imply that there's a neutral position on estimates that were within the scope of our audit.
Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, can we ask questions of admin now, or is admin doing their presentation afterwards?
Does admin have a presentation?
Yeah, we have a presentation.
Okay, probably do that afterwards. Is that okay, Councillor?
Okay, then I have no questions for the auditor.
Perfect. Thank you.
The independent auditor. Thank you.
I think now we can go to the administration presentation.
Thank you. So today we are presenting the City of Edmonton 2025 Consolidated Financial Statements. This is our legislated 2025 financial reporting to Audit Committee. With me today are Kent Bjornstad, the Director of Corporate Accounting, Reporting and Policy, and Mary Clonfero, also a member of Corporate Accounting Reporting. We're here to help answer any questions. The consolidated financial statements before you have been prepared by management in accordance with the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards and required by the Municipal Government Act as well. In addition to the legislative requirements, these statements are another part of our financial transparency and accountability to the public. They present to the public how the city manages its financial resources and the prudent use of those financial resources to provide the city services and the infrastructure. The statements before you today show that the city is in a healthy and stable financial position. With an overall accumulated surplus of $20.4 billion, the city's financial position remains strong and resilient. Robust financial policies, strategies, guiding principles, and a healthy financial position ensure the continued sound fiscal management and long-term financial sustainability for the City of Edmonton. In July 2025, the credit agency S&P Global upgraded the city's AA credit rating to AA+, with a stable outlook, partly due to solid financial footing, despite facing pressures from rising capital costs and increasing debt to finance the city's capital program. The city will continue to be challenged to manage competing financial needs as the major center of the region and to maintain existing services while addressing service and infrastructure needs associated with the growth. These challenges and funding strategies will be discussed in future budget discussions, including the 4-year 27 to 30 budget discussions that are already occurring and will continue throughout this year. I will now hand it over to Kent to start the presentation.
Thanks, Harm. So as Harm mentioned, the consolidated financial statements are prepared in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards as required by the MGA. The MGA requires the financial statements to be made public by May 1st, the year following the fiscal year. The statements are required to be audited by an external auditor with findings presented to Audit Committee. The auditor will issue an audit report on the financial statements, assessing whether the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the consolidated financial position of the city. These financial statements are most commonly used by academia, financial institutions, and other municipalities and other orders of government to assess the city's financial health. A more summarized financial reporting is provided through the financial report to residents, which includes highlights from the more detailed financial statements and provides residents with a summary of the city's financial health. That document is created and produced after the financial statements are reviewed by Audit Committee and approved by City Council. Attachment 1 to this report is the draft consolidated financial statements along with the draft independent auditor's report. Attachment 2 is the draft financial statement discussion and analysis, which provides additional background to support an understanding of the financial results and explains year-over-year variances and variances to budget. Attachment 3 is the summary of assumptions and estimates used by administration in preparation of the financial statements. The financial statements reflect city departments as well as a number of organizations accountable to the City of Edmonton. The assets, liabilities, reserves, revenues, and expenses of these organizations are consolidated into the financial results of the city. Each of these organizations are governed by their own separate boards and are responsible for managing their financial resources. EPCOR, which is considered a subsidiary corporation of the city, is accounted for on a modified equity basis consistent with accounting treatment for government business enterprises. EPCOR reports their results in accordance with international financial reporting standards, and under the modified equity basis, EPCOR's accounting principles are not adjusted to conform with those of the city, and inter-organization transactions and balances are not eliminated. The legislative financial statements presented here today reflect a different presentation of financial information compared to the quarterly financial updates that are provided to City Council, the most recent being the preliminary 2025 year-end financial updates for operating and capital that were presented on March 17th. The table on this slide highlights some of those key differences. The first main difference is that the legislative reporting includes all organizations within the city's consolidated reporting entity. These are organizations that manage their own budgets and have their own respective boards. Quarterly financial updates provided to City Council only include the City of Edmonton legal entity, for which Council approves the budget. The other key differences between the reporting are in the expenses, where the legislative statements include non-cash expenses, such as amortization, and exclude transfers to and from reserves, transfers between operating and capital, and principal debt repayments. There are other differences as well in terms of how information is reported between the two types of financial reporting. These differences are identified in Note 33 to the financial statements, reconciling the 2025 budget to the 2025 financial statements. I will now pass it back to Harm to finish the presentation.
Thanks, Kent. On March 17th, administration presented the preliminary year-end results to Council, which were based on the results of mid-February, as the year-end close process was still ongoing. As you recall, the preliminary tax-supported surplus was $31.1 million, and no further adjustments were identified during the year-end audit to impact this number as of this date. The preparation of the financial statements includes amounts based on best estimates and professional judgment of management. A summary of instances where management has made significant assumptions and estimates is provided in Attachment 3 to this report, and they're also discussed in Note 1 to the financial statements. As Natalie mentioned, there are no new accounting standards that came into effect for the year-end December 31st, 2025. However, there are several new standards that will be coming into effect in the upcoming years. Management continues to assess these standards to determine their impact on future financial statements. The future accounting standards are further discussed in Note 1 to the financial statements and are related to the conceptual framework for financial reporting and largely due to financial statement presentation, which is effective for the year-end December 31st, 2027, and then employee benefits, which is effective for the period ending December 31st, 2030. In terms of next steps, subject to the recommendation of Audit Committee, the 2025 City of Edmonton audited financial statements are scheduled to be presented to City Council for approval at their next meeting on April 15th. The annual report will be available on the City's website shortly after that approval. The deadline for submission of the audited financial statements legislated in the Municipal Government Act is May 1st, 2026. The provincial financial information return is being finalized and will be filed with the minister after approval of the financial statements as well. There's more summarized financial reporting to residents that will be provided with a reference to the full financial annual report later this year as well. The financial report to residents provides a condensed analysis of the financial statements and budget information in a shorter, more accessible format. That concludes our presentations, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Amin. I'll get everybody to click on for questions again. I probably should have done the questions together for both presentations, but here we are. So if it's okay with everybody, we'll start with Councillor Rutherford.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much. And thank you to admin for this follow-up, and to KPMG for their detailed external audit. I just wanted to get a bit more of an understanding about the process and interplay with the government of Alberta, because I think there is a public misperception that the financials of the city do not have oversight provincially. So could you talk to that in a bit more detail?
Yes, certainly. So every municipality is required to file a financial information return with the province. And so, as I mentioned, we take our financial statement information, we present it in a format that the province mandates for all municipalities, called the financial information return, and we submit it to the province for their review and oversight.
And then do you get a response back from the province on those? Like, so you give it to them by the deadline. Is there a review period, and then do you get a response from the minister's office or the province?
So we file the statements with them. There's typically not a lot of questions coming back, so I don't know if it's a governance process and a review process. I think if there's any issues that they wanted to flag, they would definitely be back in touch with us. But we Councillor Rutherford, we've never had any significant inquiries back from the province.
So basically, what I'm sorry, go ahead. Who else was speaking?
No, that was it.
Oh, okay. So basically, what I'm understanding is sort of the process from the point of submission is only when there is flags does the province come back, and there have not been any flags that have come back.
Correct. Yeah, there haven't been any significant matters that have been raised with the province due to our filing. There's always clarification questions on some items, but nothing significant raised.
Perfect. No, that's great to hear. Sorry, who keeps coming in audio wise? Nobody else is hearing that?
No, I don't think anybody's hearing anything.
Okay. And then can you speak to the award that the city has received for many, many, many consecutive years?
Yeah, so the Government Finance Officers Award that we receive, we apply for it each year. They give comments back that we respond back to with and make changes as requested or as we see fit. And yeah, it's just something we apply for each year to ensure we're staying on top of, I guess, what they expect to see.
That's great to hear. And how many consecutive years has it been?
We'll get that number for you, Councillor. I think it's upwards of 33. It's in and around that ballpark.
It's in the report.
Yeah.
So
I've forgotten the number. There's so many consecutive years now, but yeah, 32 or 33. And we also receive it actually for our budgets as well. So there's a similar word we receive for our budgets, and we've received that for many consecutive years. And also the popular annual financial reporting for our financial report to residents. That's another reward that we have received through the Government Finance Officers Association. So all of our public reporting and budget documents usually get high praise and awards for their presentation.
No, I think that's really good for folks to hear. And is it typical, like the awards that you have received, they are high bar, like not every municipality gets these awards? across the country?
Yeah, I would say there's a high bar to receive these awards. So you have to meet a lot of criteria in terms of what you're presenting and the accuracy of data. So yeah, it's definitely a high bar.
Well, thank you to you and your team for the great work. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madamombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the administration. I do have quite a number. So we'll start off with the sustainability of the current financial, statement. General question, how sustainable in your view is the current net financial asset position considering capital commitments?
Yeah, I would say, Mr. Madamombe, it's a very sustainable financial position. We have a healthy accumulated surplus. We have a good reserve balance, good equity balance, ongoing revenue generation, healthy net asset position. So I would say it's a very sustainable position. Definitely, we often talk about our budget pressures we have year to year, and we're experiencing some of these over the next four-year budget. And that's something we have to manage and deal with. But the city does have a healthy financial footing that'll be able to sustain those pressures.
Thank you for those comments. So do you see any emerging liquidity or funding risks given, the economic environment?
Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Can you say that one more time?
Do you see any emerging, liquidity or funding risks given the prevailing economic environment?
Still early to comment on that, I would say. I mean, the global economic and political environment is very volatile right now. We see increases in fuel prices, could be impacts on inflation. We have strategies right now to kind of help manage some of those. And those are some of the things we'll be kind of watching throughout the year and kind of discussing in the four-year budget cycle as well, if we need to kind of address anything more significant. Right now, there's nothing that we're seeing that's going to significantly impact the city's financial position.
Okay. Then linked to that, are there any areas of significant estimation uncertainty as well in your financial statements?
Yeah, so attachment 3 to the package kind of emphasizes some of the larger estimates that we make in order to produce the financial statements. So you'll see there's some estimations we use for some of our liabilities, asset retirement obligations, contaminated sites liabilities, some of our other liabilities. So those are the estimates we use. We're pretty comfortable with the estimates. Obviously, if there's changes in the economic environment, things can change. Things like inflation can impact those estimates. So we'll monitor that every year, and we'll adjust accordingly.
Okay. So how does management ensure consistency and discipline in applying accounting policies, from year to year?
Yeah, so we have a very strong accounting team. We have a lot of strong financial policies across the corporation that deals with all facets of our finances. So it's just it's a process of understanding those, communicating those with all areas across the corporation that are impacted, and just making sure they're adhered to. So a lot of those policies we review every year. We make sure areas are complying with them, and if there's issues of non-compliance, following up with those areas and making sure that they're corrected. Some of the audit errors that you saw last year was some challenges, kind of understanding some of the policies and accounting rules that we have in place, which have now been corrected this year.
Okay, thank you for that. Then, from a control standpoint, are there any control matters that management has identified that should be brought forward to the audit committee?
We're always reviewing our internal controls and always trying to improve on them. There's nothing significant that we need to report to audit committee.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I do have one question for the external auditors, though. Just coming back to the independence issue. Are there any independence risks, from the external auditor side, including, non-audit services as well? Just thought I would link it back. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Madamombe. Throughout the year, we have processes in place in our firm to assess any threats to our independence. That includes, excuse me, where we want to collaborate with the city on opportunities outside of the audit process. It goes through a rigorous framework and evaluation internally, and ultimately it's my responsibility to assess whether and confirm whether those are permissible or not. And should we determine that a service is permissible, we then present it to this audit committee for your approval to pursue those opportunities. When we look at those in aggregate, we look at, the various ways that could impair our threat. So we look for whether it can create a self-review threat. So are we going to be doing non-audit services in areas where the audit would then go in and scrutinize those, and whether the fees we earn from non-audit services are of a significant value. And there are many other metrics that we evaluate. We're consistently.
Then that's, sorry, that's 5. Going to Councillor Palmer.
Thank you.
Did you want to finish that statement?
That's
okay. Okay. I think a lot of people don't know that municipalities can't go into debt, right? And I think it's as required by the MGA. So to have a $31.1 million surplus is great, is really good. Can you explain to me how, in terms of maybe I'll talk about our surplus before I talk about our accumulated surplus, but in terms of our surplus, there's so many things to balance in year to year. And last year, I think it was that there was a deficit, so we had to transfer some of that to become net neutral. How is it? Are we normally on the plus side or the negative side of year to year?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, there are a lot of, it's a big budget, and there's a lot of variation from the budget as you go. So budget is an estimation, and so typically we are in a surplus position. We manage very closely to our budget, and if we start seeing we're going to be off budget in mid-year when we bring those reports, we kind of try to manage to get back on course. I think over the last, the numbers on top of my head is like the last 14 or 15 years, we've only been in a deficit position maybe 3 or 4 times. So a good track record there, and a lot of that was due to in 2008, 2009, when we had kind of the financial sector collapse. There was a big hit on investment earnings, so that was one of those. And then snow and ice fluctuations, when that happens as well, we're subject to weather conditions, and when that happens, it can be a big hit to the deficit as well. That's why we have our financial stabilization reserve. So we have to, operating in a balanced position. So if we're over committed and we're overspent, we use our FSR to kind of fund those expenses. So that's how the financial stabilization reserve works. And sorry, was that?
Yeah. Do you find that departments then would over budget it? Like, do you ever find that? Is that like, would people over budget just so that we aren't in a deficit? Do you see that practice?
We budget based on our best assumptions of the costs we're going to incur and the revenues we're going to bring in. So best estimates is what we use, and we're pretty professional, and we use our judgment in that.
Yeah, and so it's interesting to see our accumulated surplus. It just continues to rise and rise. And do we think that that's kind of the trajectory we're looking to see as we look at the next kind of 10-year horizon?
I think with any healthy organization, you want to see a growing accumulated surplus, so that's a good thing for the city. And like the one thing I want to point out there is the accumulated surplus you see here in the financial statements. It's more than just the tax-supported surplus. So our tax-supported surplus is actually usually fairly close to our budget. Even the $31.1 million was less than, like, within a 1% of our operating budget. The accumulated surplus accounts, it's got a bunch of different things in there as well. So one of the largest things in there is our equity and tangible capital assets. So all the capital infrastructure you see across the city, we value that at its cost, and that's a part of our accumulated surplus as well. So that very large accumulated surplus balance you see, it's more than just your tax-supported surplus. It also includes all your equity and your tangible capital assets, as well as your reserves.
Okay, thanks. And I just wanted to say congratulations on the 32-year award streak. I think that's something that I have never heard about, and probably something that we should be communicating more as we go along. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, anybody like to speak to it? Click on. And Mr. Manamombe, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the administration and the external auditors, for the presentation and the work supporting the 2025 consolidated financial statements. Based on the discussion, it does confirm that the financial statements are fairly stated, it's fairly presented, and the city's financial position and results, that the audit conducted confirms that there was appropriate independence as well based on the responses we received. And clearly the unqualified opinion is, confirming that we do have a clean bill of health. So in the absence of material misstatement, the questioner asked, it appears as though there is continued strength in the city's financial statement. So it is important, obviously to notice, that there is the ongoing attention that's required on the key areas of estimation. There is a comment around that. I still have, some concerns about the long-term debt sustainability, and obviously financial risks given the prevailing economic environment, but, the responses we received from management appear to be addressing those issues proactively as well. So that's a good thing, and subject to those ongoing considerations, I do support, advancing the financial statements to council for approval. I know we have got a formal comment around that too,
Excellent, thank you. A motion based on this report, were you going to put forward?
Yes.
Somebody would like to put forward that?
I could move that, Mr. Chair. So the motion that the audit committee recommends to City Council that the 2025 City of Edmonton audited consolidated financial statements are set out in the attached report, for April 10, 2025, financial and corporate services report FCS 03315 be approved.
Thank you. We need a seconder on that for committee? No, we don't. Okay, cool. Do anybody want to speak to it? Or questions? Okay, well, I guess we'll call the vote on that then.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that carries 7-0. Thank you very much to our presenters. We'll go on to 7.5 and 7.6 to be dealt with together. And it looks like everybody's in place, so when you're ready, we'll start with 7.5 from the report from the auditor. Whenever you're ready. No pressure. A little bit of pressure, but no pressure.
I think we're ready.
Go ahead. Thanks.
So we are presenting to you, actually, no, hold on, I'm presenting the wrong one. Here we go. We are presenting our facility capital projects audit. So this audit was project managed by Deputy City Auditor Sharon Han, led by Senior Auditor Fahim Rajabali, and supported by Senior Auditor Tracy Lee, Auditor Jeannie Kim, and our data science team, Alfred Apea and Jasmine Zip. I also want to thank management and staff of the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department for their cooperation and support during this audit. Our audit objective was to determine whether the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department effectively managed 3 of its small to medium scale facility capital projects to meet their intended purpose and use by Edmontonians. The 3 projects we selected were the Ortona Arts Centre renewal, the Ironworks Building rehabilitation, and the Mill Creek Pool rehabilitation. We selected the Ortona Arts Centre and Ironworks buildings because they were over their original budgets and delayed from original schedules. And we selected Mill Creek Pool because there was some identified challenges around project outcomes and user expectations. Overall, we found the department met the objective with 2 areas for improvement. Next slide, please. So we found the department planned projects to achieve their goals. This includes identifying the business needs for the projects, specifying scope and schedule, developing budgets based on itemized listings, which are reviewed by professional cost consultants, and procuring contracts fairly and transparently. However, based on our review of the 3 projects, we found areas where the department can improve how they manage facility capital projects. We found that in all 3 projects, the department did not consistently review and approve key project deliverables. In some cases, reviewers did not sign off on deliverables or omitted dates of sign-off, and in other project deliverables, we found the reviewers signed them off, but the deliverables were missing, incomplete, or unsupported. For example, deliverables were signed off, but items such as risk registers or operating impact of capital estimates were missing, or change requests were approved that lacked sufficient supporting documentation. We also found that the department does not consistently consolidate lessons learned from projects, formally analyze lessons learned for overall insights, and formally share those insights. So we made the 2 recommendations you see on the screen to address these findings. Effectively managing capital projects help prevent cost overruns and delays, increases public trust, and helps the department continuously improve. Administration is here today, and we're going to go straight into questions.
Does administration have a presentation?
No, I'd just like to introduce members of our panel. My name is Jason Maleevsta. I'm Acting Deputy City Manager this week for Integrated Infrastructure Services. I'm joined by Pascal Adassur, Branch Manager of Infrastructure Planning and Design Online. And on my side are Jesse Banford and Susan Meunier, who are directors with our department.
Thank you very much. Folks want to click on to ask questions of administration or our auditor team. And it looks like it was selected by Councillor Rutherford, so if you'd like to start, you're more than welcome to.
I cannot start. I just need 2 minutes.
No worries. Anybody else like to click on? Oh, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to administration, like any comments to the audit?
Yeah, I think we are always interested in trying to understand how we can improve and lessons learned. We have a significant amount of work that we've done to improve our project management, and getting an independent assessment of how well that's working and how well it's being administered and implemented is something that we're always welcome to hear about. We were very interested in these 3 projects in particular because they were projects that I would say all had kind of unique characteristics for various reasons. The Ironworks building in particular was a building that we purchased as a strategic investment by the city as part of the CRL in the downtown, and without really an end user in mind. So it was a project that started with very open-ended expectations around the intended operations of that building. So that led to some struggles initially through the design phase, and we wanted to learn from that. The Ortona building was one that, as noted in the audit report, was one that we experienced some budget pressures, largely due to the timing of the work that happened during COVID. But it's also a very, very old building with a lot of historical and aging infrastructure. And then I'd say the Mill Creek Pool, which was the project that we actually selected, was one where we were expected to come in to complete some kind of very back-of-house mechanical improvements to meet provincial pool code requirements. And I think there was some difficulty in trying to kind of understand where to start and stop the work, and kind of having some good discipline around scope management for that project. So we're very interested in knowing how we can improve, and as the audit mentions, there's some areas of improvement here, and we're expected to work through those.
Great. And so the lessons learned, what do you think will be, key movements from administration based on some of the challenges that you have identified? You mentioned not having an end user for one of the projects. So is it not going into projects and not making sure that you have an end user in mind, as we move forward, or?
Yeah, and I know you're not always able to do that, and I think that's, but how do we learn from that? And as the audit plan or report identifies, having a centralized, repository of information that we can share across our department. We do a lot with lessons learned. We do brown bag lunches. We have team meetings where we go over projects. We talk about the things that we've learned. We have kind of peer committees and discussions that happen. These projects, I think, though, are really helpful to plan for future projects. So I'm thinking that the lessons learned repository is something that we're keen to take on.
Yeah, a lot of the projects that the city takes on are multi-year. You don't see, it's not like a year that a lot of these things happen. We're looking at sometimes construction over 10 to 15 years for some things. And so I'm just wondering, from a consistency perspective, do you find that the documentation would be key? Do you tend to have lots of turnover, I guess, in your projects as you move them forward?
We don't, we try to limit that as much as possible. We certainly do try to kind of allocate and assign our projects based on the skills of our staff. So as you've probably become familiar with, we have a group that's primarily focused around the skills of planning and design versus those that are involved in construction. And that's intentional because there are very unique skills and abilities. For instance, a planning and design project manager would be skilled in the craft of supporting and administering public engagement, maybe not advising as a strategic, but they understand the nuances of how to undertake public engagement, whereas a construction person is really involved in the contract administration, the construction aspects, safety, environmental management, things like that.
Okay, I don't have enough time for another question. I'll go for a second round.
Thanks very much, Mr. Madamombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a general comment on, the managing of costs. What is the extent of, the cost overruns or schedule delays, and, what are the general root causes of all this? Yeah.
We do have your first question about kind of the broader program performance. I'm going to have to go off my memory here, but we do, as a whole, I think the last report that we provided on a quarterly basis on our Building Edmonton site, we do talk about, I believe it's 90+% on budget, and it's about high 70s, low 80s on schedule performance. And we've been tracking that performance across different asset classes, whether it's open spaces, facilities, roads, bridges. Behind the scenes, we do a lot of analytics to kind of understand what the root causes are, whether they're environmental conditions, design challenges, or errors or omissions, different risks, site conditions. So we do work behind the scenes to kind of dive into the details around the ones that aren't performing. The second part, I think, sorry, you asked about
the root causes.
Yeah, and then again, that might just depend on the type or grouping of projects. So facility projects might have different root causes. So in this case, over the course of the last number of years, we've been dealing with a lot of market pressures, which are things we can't necessarily influence or control, but we can do things like testing and innovating around kind of our contract types and project delivery methodologies. So utilizing construction management contracts as opposed to design build contracts to kind of insulate the city from a lot of that market risk.
And a general question on the accountabilities for project performance. Do you see that as a key success factor for your area?
Yeah, since we've done a lot of the work around the reporting of our performance, it's had an influence on the culture of our staff. And I think they see it as kind of a report card, both individually and I think collectively within our sections and our branches and broadly over our department. So it is a huge influence to the culture of our workforce.
Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford.
Well, thank you. I wanted to hone in on a couple things. First and foremost, sort of the inconsistency of public reporting. In the report from the city auditor, it says that the Build Edmonton website was not in scope of this audit, which I completely understand. My question to you is, has it flagged that as a potential future audit to consider?
Yeah, we've got that in what we call our audit universe, so that will get looked at as we plan for next year.
Perfect, and that one is at least on the list to be prioritized, considered.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. To be considered amongst all the other potential ones that might have to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect, and then, so in your findings, it said no operating impacts of capital estimates. I want to hone in on this one because I think this actually is at the root of the conversation we had at Infrastructure Committee and some of my comments about snow clearing operations versus the design. And so I want to first validate, based on the timelines I read in the report, all three of these projects did encompass from start to finish PDDM.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, good. So there was no like residual old system that we tried to some of the projects when they're really long periods of time, they haven't started with the PDDM, like Yellowhead as an example. So I just wanted to confirm.
Sorry, there was potentially the Ortona may have started earlier than the PDDM.
Yeah, since the capital governance policy has been approved, so that's 2017, I'm going to say that the first iteration or first version of it. So all of these projects since that date would have been delivered under that framework.
So in the report you talk about how all three projects, the department did not include impact of capital assessments despite that being a mandatory deliverable. And that really flagged for me because obviously one of our biggest budget pressures is operating as well and something I've been talking about. So can you elaborate on that a little bit and how your recommendations will address that going forward?
Yes, Councillor Rutherford, that's a great question. So we were looking to see whether or not that was done. There's a checklist that we looked through. Beyond them not being done, I believe I'm going to pass over to Jason as far as elaborating on what they're working on currently, because these would have been from a few years ago as well. So, but yeah, I'll let Jason continue with this.
Yeah, there is a body of work internally. It's probably been referenced as part of committee or council meetings before, the total cost of ownership, and that is something we need to grow into and lean into a little bit stronger than we have in the past. As mentioned with these three projects in particular, the Ironworks, we don't have a tenant. The building is vacant as it stands, so very hard to be able to estimate what the operating impacts of capital are for an empty building. Granted, there are some standing utility costs and things just to hold that project or hold that building in place. The Ortona, we have entered into a lease agreement with the Arts Hab, so it's a third party, so a little bit unique that way. And then the Mill Creek Pool, it's essentially the same because it was a back-of-house, it was a mechanical improvements, so the operating impacts of capital would remain the same, as is the case for most of our renewal projects.
Okay, that makes sense, but then I think what I'm hearing from the city auditor is because it is mandatory, you would still want to see, even in that section, there are no operating impacts of capital because then we're not enhancing anything, there's no growth that would account for any. So there's still an analysis done, even if the summation is still zero. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yeah, it's part of the process for them. It's on the list, so it's important. Yes, that's what we were looking for.
So, okay, perfect. And the lessons learned you know what, I'm out of time. I'm not going to be able to get a question and answer in this time, so I'll moderate myself and come back for another round.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask my questions now. I was kind of like, I was reading, it's small, medium projects. These three projects are, I mean, they're all older facilities, it looks like, and renewal or rehab. Is there ones at this scale? They all seem medium to me. Is there ones at this scale that are new projects out there that we could have looked at?
I'm not 100% sure. I know we had 18 to choose from at the time that we were looking at that would be, I guess, large enough to be worth the audit effort at this point to give this type of feedback. As far as how many were new or not, I'm sorry. We might be able to get it for you later, but I'm not sure. Sure.
Yeah, sounds good. I think about LRT, which is a huge project, but I'm wondering, just maybe you can answer this for me, is that something that you would see as broken down into like smaller pieces, like stations, tracks?
Yeah, I think how I would define it, and I'm sure you could probably ask 10 different people in our department and get a different answer. If you're in LRT, a large project is $1 billion project, and a medium-sized project might be $100 million. But if I'm in the facility world, which is the focus of the audit today, I would say generally projects that are greater than 50 million are large, medium size are 5 to 50, and small projects would be under 5 million essentially.
Okay, when you're looking at a project like the LRT extension, Heritage Valley, you got 2 stations, you got tracks, you got a new garage. Are all these things broken down, or we just look at it as one big project?
It's being administered under one contract. So essentially the team that's supporting, the contractor that's supporting, the profile that's attached to it is singular and standalone. So that would be one project altogether. Individually, you'll find, like when you talk to the LRT expansion renewal branch, they will monitor the performance within that project, all the individual attributes. So they will monitor the performance of the facility independently from the civil works or the bridges or the LRV procurement that you're aware of as well. So individually, you'll see performance reporting happening, but it'll roll up to a project, which will be the Capital Line South extension.
So for each of those pieces, we can look at these positive findings or these findings and kind of say the garage met the scope, but the station didn't, or it met these findings. Is that?
Yeah, it's I don't know if I'm prepared to talk about all the details specifically on that one, but like the monthly reporting that happens for that project will break down each of the individual components based on, in some cases, like the civil and underground work, the surface and vertical construction that happens at the station developments, and as well as the OMF facility as well, and then the LRV procurement. So each one of those will have its own kind of performance criteria and reporting, but it'll all get aggregated up to that Capital Line Southeast Extension project.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So there was 18 projects you could have chosen from?
Yeah,
Yeah.
18 that we thought we needed completed sort of projects
Right.
as well. So yeah.
Okay. So I just want. So then, I'm just wondering, have you sort of gone back on those other 15 that weren't selected to see if maybe they're these sort of same risks? I know with audits, we want to look to the future with those lessons learned, but did we look back at all with those other 15?
I could say from the audit perspective, no, but what we would anticipate is these recommendations, as they're implemented, they would get done through all of the projects that are in progress now. But going back into completed projects, I'm not sure if that would make sense at this time.
No, but I'm just wondering if IIS has thought to do that, or just to see if that risk exists.
So just to be clear, the recommendations aren't just for these 3 projects. So we will be applying these to all projects moving forward. So it's fair to say that the lessons learned and the outcomes related to the results from these 3 are likely consistent with the other 15 without going into those details. But from this point forward, essentially, like our best effort and best outcome and best return on investment is really to focus on the projects that are coming, not the ones that have already been completed.
Okay. And so sorry, the 15 of the 18 are still in progress or not?
No, those are all completed.
They're
So
all
as Ms. Margold explained, the 18, we have other facility projects. We just happen to have 18 medium-sized projects that were completed. So when we're kind of funneling down our view of what projects to look at, that's how, because I think at any given time we have between 50 and 60 facility projects, but they're at various stages of development. 18 were completed, and of those 18, they selected 3.
Okay. I would just, yeah, if these risks were identified in the 3, I'm just wondering, just from a, I guess, department perspective, I would maybe like to see maybe just sort of your own internal review or something.
I will offer, we do also do our own internal QA. So we have, as part of our Project Management Center of Excellence, they do conduct regular assessments and audits more internally just for our own. So we don't wait for the external auditor to come in and do this work. We do this on a regular basis. We do this for all of our projects, whether they're open spaces, facilities, transportation, bridge. We look at all of them. They're on a program and a regular schedule where we basically go through, and we have internal staff who do that basically on a regular basis.
Okay, good. Thank you for incorporating that in your regular day-to-day work. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. Go for a second round, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Chair. It's going to be hard because, you know, sometimes in the audit committee and through the external auditor, we'll look at kind of the worst case scenario. And so when you look at Building Edmonton website, it's 214 projects, 94% are on budget, 75% are on schedule. I think for myself, I'm trying, and I know that Building Edmonton is out of scope of this, but I think from an administration perspective, when we look about publicly reporting, this is a great start, but I don't think when we hit those roadblocks and why, we don't explain them until we're in a very public setting like this, or when it's, you know, in the media. And so I'm trying to figure out, you know, from a administration perspective, how do you convey when a project hasn't gone well to the public without coming through a very public committee or council? Like, is there just a regular process that should just be continuous improvement? And so that's my question, because when I go onto the Building Edmonton website, sorry, I can't actually look up the older projects, only the ones that are existing. And I think this would be a good opportunity to actually put those ones up there and just explain like reasons why, because I think, you know, if people are building their houses, there's very few people that build their house on time and on budget. You know, there's always some sort of cost overrun, like building innately sometimes is just more expensive. And so I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
Yeah, that's something that our leadership team in our department is currently having discussions about. A good example, Lewis Farms Rec Center. At what point do we start to kind of, since the budget was approved, that project was forecast to be over budget from the very first day, because we had to reconcile the scope for that project. And we went back and forth around, do we highlight that as a yellow project? Because we're continuing to work through the value engineering that we were doing to be able to identify it. But we didn't want to signal yellow at the same time, because we didn't want to give council or the public the expectation that we would be coming forward with a budget request until we absolutely knew when and how much that was going to be. So there's a real difference here between being actually over budget and forecasting to be over budget. So trying to kind of balance that nuance to kind of say, how do we provide an early indication and awareness without, you know, people going into kind of a panic flight mode where basically we're expecting a budget increase. We don't know that yet, but we're signaling that there are pressures on this project, and there are in a lot of projects. So so it is a bit of a delicate balance, and there isn't really kind of a cut and dry way to be able to do that, but that is one of the things that we're talking about is our method of performance reporting is good. Could it be better? And how do we start to kind of adjust and for these kinds of nuances where When we compare ourselves to other municipalities, for example, I still think we're far and light years ahead of what many other people do. But could we be better? Yes. And I think this is where we've talked about how do we start to do that and be more transparent around forecasting and projections, and how does that vary from actual impacts? So we don't have an answer for that right now, but that is something that we're talking about.
Great, and I think it's also like a mindset. When we see yellow and red, maybe it's just a panic moment, but really maybe that's just like the normality of trying to understand what yellow and red actually mean. And so there's hitting targets, but I also think there's I think in the report it talks about a risk assessment. And so from a Lewis Farms perspective, that would have been a risk assessment at high at the very beginning, like you said. And I think that's how you start to communicate these, consider how administration could consider to start to think about this from there's a budget perspective, there's a schedule perspective, but there's a really large risk inherently in a over $300 million project. And so just the nature of the fact that it's $300 million is going to be a high risk. And I think that's how maybe as administration is going through this is how you communicate that back to council, to the public. But I very much, would love for you to consider that moving forward in how you report this.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Rutherford.
Okay, I just want to go back to one question I missed. So if the recommendation is for always having the mandatory operating impacts of capital, I want to just ensure that that also includes a mandatory check-in and validation with city ops.
Yeah, typically our staff aren't equipped to be able to do that in isolation. They would have to work with our business partners. There's no other way to do that.
And in this case, facility?
Yep, it would be community services for Mill Creek Pool. Yep. Our tab would have also been with community services and that partner. Yep. And with the Ironworks building, still the facility maintenance aspects of it would also need to be captured.
Okay, and another finding from this report that flagged for me is the unsupported change requests, because this also emerged in the neighborhood renewal audit. And I know there was a recommendation in the neighborhood renewal audit related to kind of closing that gap. And is that why you didn't recommend it in this audit?
So they're slightly different. Okay. So in the neighborhood renewal audit, what was missing was sort of the guidance for this team as to what that support should be. In this case, we found support, it didn't align with what we were seeing though. So they had support that was there. They didn't need the guidance, but it didn't align properly.
So how is your recommendation covering that? Because I don't see that in the recommendation, kind of covering off on that.
So yeah, the recommendation is broader over the deliverables, all the deliverables, and ensuring that they're all complete before things are being signed off on. So it would cover that plus the other areas that we found as far as the project closer, the risk assessments, like they were all sort of part of that checklists, and that's how we found those issues. So they'll be covered there as well.
But if the buck stops at the director and it's the directors that were approving these change requests without the substantial information, and if they're the last person to do a sign off anyway, there's no check. What's the check and balance there, even if this recommendation goes through?
So I believe that's where these maturity assessments that they have planned to do and are doing will look at that level of detail. So that's how we're going to close this recommendation as well, is we're going to have to, because we're not going to come back and do another full audit. So we will sort of look at the results of what those maturity assessments, so as they're calling them. So we're going to look back to see what they're finding in those. So that to me is that additional check on that, as well as the understanding that from the directors who are signing off to be making sure that it's there.
I could add just a little bit of inside detail. We utilize a process called like a project change request, a PCR form. And this PCR form, since this finding by the auditor, has been amended to include the requirement for additional information and supporting justification. And that is the form that was discovered as part of this audit.
Okay. And then the sign-off still will remain
Correct. Yeah, it would follow our expenditure authority framework.
But the directors would then be informed that there would be this expectation and that that could be audited, so they'll want to make sure they're doing those things.
Yeah, we operate under the understanding that anything could be audited, so.
That's fair. That's a fair assumption.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about one of the things that, again, like there's definitely always things we find for improvement, and I really appreciate. And I want to say, I've really noticed in the last several years a real change and shift in this understanding that we can make mistakes, we can have errors, and we can have a culture of improvement. And I've really seen that across the city, and I've been really impressed by that. But I also think it's important to highlight where we're doing really good. And the city auditor, like your observations where you did a cross-jurisdictional assessment of other municipalities in Canada, and their reporting to the public on infrastructure projects. And Edmonton's reporting was better than was the top one.
We found one city that we felt was just a little bit better.
What city was that? Please don't say Calgary.
No. I can tell it was Winnipeg, and it was because they did include a cursory variance explanation, because that's what we felt was missing on the ironworks. Is that an
inspiration that we can learn from?
Yeah,
from a lessons learned perspective.
Yeah.
Perfect, and then we'll be the best.
We do have discussions with the city of Winnipeg. They've actually been taking a lot of lessons learned from us, so we'll have to have a discussion with them about that. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, we're going to the playoffs and they're not, so. Any further questions from anybody on the committee? Anybody like to speak to it?
No, but I'll move the motion.
Sure, yeah, definitely. I'll leave that to you, Councillor Rutherford.
There is no motion for these
Is there no
reports.
motion?
They are information only.
Okay.
Did you want to speak to it to close?
Well, we don't speak to it.
No, don't speak to it.
No
No.
motion,
Okay.
so,
All right, well, thank you very much to our presenters, and we'll move on to 7.7. And wait for the delegation to kind of change. And whenever you're ready to go, Auditor, you are welcome to start your presentation.
All right, so thank you. I am very excited to present our 2025 annual report for the Office of the City Auditor. The office has an important role to play in supporting good governance, accountability, and transparency in the City of Edmonton. We are independent of city administration, and we perform our work with objectivity and expertise needed to improve value for money, create positive change, and reduce risks to the city in achieving its goals. We bring a systematic, disciplined approach to enhance the city's governance, risk management, and internal controls, and we conduct our work in accordance with the global internal audit standards. This report highlights the operating results and activities of the office in relation to our 6 strategic directions from our 2022 to 2025 strategic plan. Our first strategic direction is to provide quality audit, advisory, and investigative services. 2025 was a very productive year for the office. We completed 71% of our audits in our annual work plan, which is 11 audits, and this is slightly below our target of 75%, and that's mainly due to the completion of a very large advisory project, which was the election review. In those 11 audits we completed, we made 38 recommendations. Some of the themes emerging from our recommendations include strengthening monitoring and financial oversight and standardization of documentation and guidelines. We also closed 37 audit recommendations, which improved effectiveness, efficiency, economy, governance, and risk management within the city. Administration implemented 82% of the recommendations that were due in 2025 on time, and that exceeds the target we have set at 75%. Our fraud investigators and the city's workplace misconduct investigations team was also very busy this year. We received 130 hotline reports of alleged fraud and misconduct. And between the Office of the City Auditor and Administration, we completed 93 investigations in 2025. So of those, 18 were substantiated and 28 were not substantiated but had control weaknesses that were identified and shared with management. The majority of these relate to misuse of city time and assets and conflict of interest. Our second strategic direction is to promote the value of the Office of the City Auditor and the work that we do. We measure our success for strategic direction using a survey of our auditees. We ask them if the recommendation and results of the audit addressed risks identified and added value. Our target in 2025 was to have that 85%, and we achieved 87%. Our third strategic direction is to develop collaborative and positive relationships. So our staff are actively building collaborative relationships both within and outside the city to promote the auditing profession and our practices. Next slide, please. Our fourth strategic direction is around advanced analytics and innovation. So we met our target here of incorporating advanced analytics into 70% of our audits. We also completed 2 data analytic only audits, and our 2 data scientists have leveraged advanced analytics for automating internal processes to enhance OCA staff efficiency. Our fifth strategic direction is around organizational effectiveness. So we utilize 77% of our available audit staff time on projects, and this is just slightly below our target of 79%. As well, our actual expenditures of $2.9 million were 7.7% below our budget, and this is mainly a result of vacancies and leaves that which reduced our personnel costs. We also completed our external quality assessment, which found that the OCA generally achieves the global internal audit standards. This demonstrates our strong intent and commitment to fulfilling the purpose of internal auditing and adhering to the 15 principles and conforming to the 52 standards. And our sixth strategic direction is to empower our employees. We measure this through the amount of training and development they do during the year and their response to the question of how happy are you working at the City of Edmonton. On average, in 2025, OCA staff spent approximately 10 days or 5% of their available time on training, which meets our target. And our employees rated their happiness working for the City of Edmonton at 83 out of 100, which is very close to our target of 85. I would like to thank the members of the Audit Committee and Council for their support and interest in our work, as well as administration for their support and cooperation. Without this support, we would not be effective in helping the city to achieve its goals. I also want to acknowledge and thank the staff of the office. They have contributed to the results highlighted in this report, and many of them are behind me here today, and we've got a few online as well. So the goals of the Office of the City Auditor are achieved because of their hard work, perseverance, and commitment to delivering high-quality, innovative, and cost-effective audit services. Their ability to willingly adapt and rise to new challenges and complexities in our work is exceptional, and I am extremely fortunate to work with this talented and professional group of individuals. And I am here to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Please click on for questions of our City Auditor. We'll start with Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. Busy year. I do want to just hone in on the section on investigations. First, there's 18 substantiated investigations, but you only highlighted 15 in the report, and so I wanted to know why the other 3 were not reported on.
There was, I believe, 3 of them that we got more than 1 tip on, so we just did 1 investigation, covered off 2 tips.
You say substantiated, because you're in your outcomes of the hotline, it says 18 substantiated.
Yeah, because they were the tips were coming in differently.
So these are all the total number of tips?
Yeah, that's the total number of tips, but the write-ups we combined because the outcome was the same.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay, that's good clarification. And then in another 28, you found weaknesses identified, and then you make recommendations to the department, but we don't follow through on them the same way we do with when a report and recommendations come here, correct?
That's correct, yeah. We do ask that they tell us once those control weaknesses, if there is anything's been done, in case it comes back in another tip as well, so we have that information, but we don't report on it.
Yeah, and then, so I found this interesting because I don't recall it being this high the last few annual reports. In terms of both reporting and then also those that are reported and then substantiated.
Yeah, we do have fewer, or we had fewer last year that were substantiated. We did have more tips this year as well that came in, but it just depends on what we find on what we get, right?
Yeah, no, but when you look at this, like it is significant to see that 49% of the reports led to either a control weakness or a substantiated claim of fraud.
Yeah, and that's why having that hotline is so important, right? Because a lot of these we may have become aware of, but the hotline just adds that avenue for city staff to provide that information anonymously. And we take every single one of those seriously.
And is it just city staff or can the public submit?
The one we have is meant only for city staff. We do have, for the public, there's a city auditor email, there's 311. We're set up with them to receive information. We have a phone number as well. So we do get some, and then those would get incorporated into this total if we get them from.
If you get public ones.
Yeah, we just create the hotline tip kind of for them.
How many does this account, because I know at one point we talked about what's in scope and out of scope, and there was a bylaw change to the city auditor. Do you get, did you receive any reports on any of the ABCs that were out of scope?
I don't believe so in 2025.
Nope, okay, good, just double checking. And I guess, I know that you're not responsible, you're just reporting on, you made the finding and then administration makes the call. But I don't know if there's anybody from administration to speak to this, but I thought it was interesting, some of the inconsistencies. It seemed like inconsistencies in the action or corrective action that was taken. So some seemed very significant and it was just basically take a course, and others were termination. So is there anybody or is there any conversations that happened with you about how and what decisions are made around that? Because it did seem that even for similar things there was different.
Councillor Rutherford, my office does not get involved in the corrective action.
I see our chief people officer is here. Can you speak to that?
Can you hear me? Okay, yes, I can speak to that. So for corrective action, it includes a range of formal responses depending on the severity of the incident. So in the context of the city's progressive discipline model, it may be a written letter of reprimand, mandatory retraining, suspensions, demotions, up to terminations. And so what we look to do is ensure that we take a look at the type of action and what was sustained, and then from there we ensure that we use the appropriate measure of discipline that aligns to the activity.
Yeah, and I mean, some of them make sense because some of them were, like I'm thinking about the overpayment seemed like just a real clerical error as an example, but I feel like there was some that I was surprised didn't lead to termination. And I don't want to get into any specifics of any of the specific instances, but I guess why would there be very similar sort of levels of severity with different outcomes at a broad general level?
So there's always a multitude of factors that are taken into consideration when we decide the response, and the severity of the behavior, the intent of the action, whether or not it was intentional, whether there was deception. So a lot of these different factors will result in different forms or different levels of discipline. Also, depending whether or not the employee, it's their first offense versus multiple offenses. So many different factors go into the determination.
Sorry, you're out of time. missed that. Thanks. I guess it's my turn here, so I'm gonna ask, and I'll have some in private stuff too to ask about this, but I'm just kind of curious I'm looking at the first one in the investigations there, with the smart fare machine. How do we work with, because I know we have our own internal, like we have investigators, ETS has investigators. How do we work with those investigators for something like this?
Yeah, we do have very strong relationships with the labor relations, ETS, and corporate security as well. So we are and should always be notified of fraud investigations. We have Leslie here and another employee who are certified fraud examiners, but there are other areas that also have that ability and skill. So we just work with them and decide, is this something we want to do or we need to take on, or do they have maybe the connections into like the systems that we need to get the data from to do the work, or that type of thing, like who's better suited for it. So we just have a lot of good communication with them, but for these fraud ones, we would want to be involved, at least being told what's going on and providing advice if we need to, or performing it ourselves.
Sure, and are you like reviewing those investigations after they're performed? Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for even the misconduct ones, we do also review, we're provided with a report back to us explaining the investigation, how they did the investigation and the outcome. And if we have any questions or concerns or anything we think, oh, then maybe this is now something we want to look at potentially from a fraud perspective, we have the relationships with labor relations to go back to talk to them about it. Sure.
And I guess this, like, looking at that one in particular, I guess is there a recommendation? Like we're happy we caught it. There's been some recovery there. Do we make any recommendations on going forward?
In this case, the controls were reinforced. We were made aware of that. That would have been our recommendation, would have to tighten up any controls that could have led to that particular fraud and preventing it hopefully from recurring. So that was made, we didn't need to even make it. It happened, yeah.
Sure, okay, thanks. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to my line of questioning again, and I think I'll start with the ones that were substantiated, not substantiated, but control weaknesses identified. Of those that you report on are again, have those flagged any for further audit in your upcoming work plan?
They have. Some of those audits have actually been done already, that those flagged.
So the recommendations have been made, but the implementation of the recommendations, there was a gap? Is that?
Yeah, so in some cases, we were still waiting for recommendations to be implemented, and we continued to receive hotlines.
Which speaks to why implementing the recommendations as quickly as practically possible is something this committee has been committed to pushing administration on, right?
Definitely, right? Like there's risks there when we make those recommendations, and there was a lot of communication with the area, and we were quite involved in knowing when the recommendations, even sometimes they're partially done, and we know that's good, and that can help us and help to potentially reduce some of the tips or help with it.
Are there any control measures or risks that you identified that haven't had an audit that you will want to consider? And again, you don't have to get specific, but that you will be considering in your next annual work plan?
Yeah, so every year when we develop the annual work plan, we do another overview of all the tips that we've received, looking for themes and throughout the year. So that does get put into our analysis for which audits we will do. And that is how, for example, we provided you with a gift card data analytics audit report that stemmed from the second one on the list here as well. So.
Okay, and so I'm going to go back to the Chief People Officer. So I'll give you one example. I mean, this is all publicly available information, and I don't think you need to go into specifics of anything that would be identifiable. But when I see some of these things, like the secondary employment and the use of city information, example, again, I don't understand why that employee would not have been terminated. It doesn't seem like just naivety on the part, like, I was a city employee. I know very clearly the rules around secondary employment, about the use of, like, these are not like, oh, I didn't know scenarios. So why was that not an example that led to termination?
Sorry, trouble with the mic. I've brought with me Heather Taylor. She is the head of our specialized investigative area, and so maybe she can provide a little more context.
I would say it goes back to what the chief people officer was saying earlier, is that there's a lot of factors that go into that probably are not included in the report. And for that one specifically, there were some other pieces that, like, there's a piece that where there's a declaration that happens with the employment. So sometimes when we're talking about intent to deceive, or whether, you know, the person who has the secondary employment, whether they've actually done it intentionally or whether it's an administration problem. So there's pieces in there that have to play into that as well.
So, I guess, do we err on the side of zero tolerance for things like this with the understanding of context, or do we err on the side of grace and then look at the context for things like intent?
I don't know if it's that binary. I think there's a lot of pieces that go into assessing the response of the employer when you're looking at whether someone is declared secondary employment. So I don't know if it's, you know, I don't know if it's a one size fits all.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one example, but I'm just seeing that kind of in, you know, in a few places.
Right.
Within this, and I just, when I'm seeing, you know, of the 93 complaints, you know, 49% had some sort of either control measure or substantiated, and if people think that, you know, even if I get caught, which, you know, is, again, maybe not always a guarantee, that I'm just going to get a slap on the wrist, what's the motivation to not, like, do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah. So, like, wanting employees to
understand there's a zero tolerance to fraud.
Yeah.
Period. And that, like, you are all competent, capable people, especially management. Like, some of these people are managers. They're managers. I have an expectation of them. Anyway, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thanks very much. You know, I think this report is great, and I am going to focus on the hotline tips there. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Is that we want to make sure that we can prevent or have the internal controls to prevent these things, but also happy to have the controls to audit these tips when they come in and actually be able to do lessons learned. For me, it's about public accountability and transparency, and I am concerned about a couple of things. The theft of assets is one, and secondary employment, because it's our responsibility as governors to make sure that every public dollar is used in the best way possible. And maybe I'll just start with the secondary employment. There are a lot of these, you know, in terms of the 8 substantiated, and maybe I'll ask administration, there are a lot of secondary employment, and so I'm wondering maybe if you can explain to me when people come and work for the city, what's in their contracts in terms of being able to take secondary employment? Do we know how many employees have secondary employment and if it's interfering?
So maybe I'll start with that. So secondary employment is not prohibited if you're an employee of the City of Edmonton. So for example, if you're a shift worker, you have multiple days off, you can have secondary employment. If you do have secondary employment, you need permission and you need to ensure that there's no conflict of interest. So we have a conflict of interest policy. Where there's a potential for a conflict or even a perceived conflict, we actually have a process where they submit a form, and that's assessed and determining whether or not there's mitigations that are available to enable it to be approved or not. Where employees get in trouble is where it is a conflict of interest or where it is misaligned to their employment or it's impacting their ability to provide I guess, the work that they're supposed to within their full-time position, which is with the City of Edmonton. And so that's where we start to see some issues. And that is where our controls are in place, yet we have to maintain diligence to ensure that our employees are aware of that potential risk. Another area where we see is where people are off on disability. And so then they'll take employment while on disability. That is a terminal activity. And so you'll see a lot of terminations result of that type of fraud. And so that occurs as well. And we do have controls in place, and we need our leaders to stay on top of it.
Do you know, in my last employment, in my contract, we had to sign to say that you did not have secondary employment, or you had to, like it was kind of like part of the hiring package where you would say, check this box if you have secondary employment, because a lot of people have, I was a fitness instructor, so that's secondary employment. But for do we actually have that up front versus asking people to opt out? I guess I would say, could we be more proactive on that? Because it's okay that you have secondary employment, but it's just we want to be able to clear everything versus the opposite of, oh, I didn't know, versus this should be up front on all in everyone's contract that says, sign here I do not have secondary employment, or sign here I have secondary employment and I've cleared all of my perceived conflicts of interest. Do we do that, or could we do that?
We could do that. I'd have to take that away.
Okay.
We don't do that.
Okay.
And so there is nothing that would preclude an employee from taking secondary employment while working for the City of Edmonton. However, every employee must do the Code of Conduct training, and it's very specific within that training how secondary employment applies to their job at the City of Edmonton. So that's the approach we're currently taking.
Yeah, and I think it's just the assumption that people they sign off, they say they've done this, but do they really understand it? And it's making the assumption, yes, you've signed it, you understand it, but then, I see things like this, and I actually have very concerns that it actually says in this report, this violates the code of conduct, and they were not. Oh yeah, no. Was there one that there was one that is there one that there was it did not the corrective action. Oh, I guess that wasn't the code of conduct one. The one that says code of conduct was terminated. Okay, so I feel more confident about that. Okay, so I would love to be able to see if we could be more proactive on that in terms of secondary employment. I think just the heightened risk of us allowing, we haven't asked anybody to come back from office, and there hasn't been discussion about that. I just think that there is just maybe a more inherent risk now in the world that we live in of work from home. And so I think the ability for us, of course, it's up to managers and directors, and you have all of these processes. But I think if we can just try and be more proactive, that will help with the public accountability.
Thanks, Councilor Farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some more public questions, so we'll go to Councilor Rutherford.
So, again, and if this is questions that need to be answered in private, please do say I'm trying to keep it at a more high level piece so that we can ask these questions in public. For example, when we look at people that are hiring their friends, their management, that one was the one that stuck out to me. That comments?
Sorry, is the question, what is the...
why was that not is it not clear to management that it is not okay, especially without disclosure? We talk about conflict of interest, we talk about all of those, things, yet we have a manager that hired a buddy, right? And they were not, there was and again, we don't know what the corrective action was, but it was not termination. My expectation of management is higher, and those are the ones that have the ability to hire, is higher. So I'm trying to understand what context and nuance, why would that be an example where we wouldn't have gone to termination? And again, if it's too specific, I understand, but maybe at a broad level, is nepotism hiring, because I understand the one with the relative, right?
Yeah.
They were put on the same work crew, maybe they didn't know.
Yeah.
That makes a little bit more sense. But that person didn't directly hire their relative. the hiring of somebody like that without, you know, removing yourself because of a bias or a conflict of interest, or saying, I know I'm too close to this one, I'm not going to be on the interview or selection committee, again, is something that, as somebody that has worked as a manager in other municipalities, but also in the city of Edmonton, was very explicitly, clearly laid out to me, even in our selection process for RFPs. So, like, why would that have not been taken more seriously in general? Or like, how do we make sure that that's weakness is closed?
Yeah, I think it's hard to talk about it without the specifics of it. So that's, I'm just gonna, I don't know if I can answer it.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Sorry.
Can I just confirm, like, because again, I know you can't give specifics, and it might not be you that can answer this one because it's not about HR necessarily, but the art card one, if we can just get validation that control and risk has 100% unequivocally been closed.
I believe the transit is on the call. I'll let them answer that
I'm
because we would have
here.
followed up.
It's Carrie from ETS. Thanks so much. Yes, we've implemented additional processes and reporting and monitoring to close off that risk. I can share more details when we go in private, but unequivocally, we have taken care of that. And I want to thank the auditor. This is another example of collaboration and continuous improvement, and we really appreciate their support.
Yeah, no, I never stop highlighting the value of our city auditor in terms of checks and balances. And again, I appreciate the culture of administration that I've seen and demonstrated of accepting and working with the auditor and continual improvement mentality. But I just, for the public record, wanted to just make sure, like, because there are some recommendations that might be still ongoing, I wanted to make sure that risk was one that we have completely closed.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've closed, and I'll just say there's no risk to our card holders either. That is not part of what this is kind of entailing, and it was unique related to a smart fare vending machine without getting into any other detail.
Yep. No, that's perfect. I just wanted to make sure the risk was closed. Thank you so much. That's all my questions in public.
Did we have any other public questions at all? Councilor Palmer, did you have any more?
Yeah, maybe I'll try and ask it and see what happens.
Sure.
You know, back to the loss of revenue. It's the art cards were identified and then blocked with 20,000 remaining on them. I'm just wondering. It says the perpetrators could not be identified. I'm wondering if you can shed more light onto that, or if we need to go into private.
Maybe at a high level we can. Tana Vey is with me. He's our manager of transit safety and security, and he liaised with Edmonton Police Service on this. So Tana, if you can give a high level overview.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, so there were images of the suspects that were captured, and we've shared the video with EPS. We also shared it amongst our transit police officer. We have a website control that we share images. See if anybody recognized them. Of course, these are not repeat offenders that we would know, but it was left for the EPS to identify them, and the communication back that they weren't able to.
Okay, great. I think it's just shed some light on maybe on more of this. Yeah, I think I would like to go deeper into the art card.
Would you like to move a motion to go into private?
Can I make? I will make the motion to move into private.
Subject to.
Oh, subject to sections. I'm going to ask the city clerk actually.
Yeah.
Sections 20 and 29.
Those ones.
Sure. Can we just go right to the vote? Or do we need questions on that?
If you want to just read it out, Councillor Palmer, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, you bet. That audit committee meet in private pursuant to section 20 and 29 of the Access to Information Act for the discussion of item 7.1.
And any questions on that? None? Please vote.
Mayor Knack, are you with us?
And I see we also have Councillor Tanks on online now. Yeah.
Yes, I see her. We will mark Mayor Knack absent for this vote. We have all the votes?
Sorry, please display the vote. Thanks. And that carries 6-0.
And we are in public now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wright.
Oh, thank you. So the 45,000 represents what percentage of our total revenue from transit?
Hi, Councillor, it's Carrie. It would be very, very small. So our total revenue in the year is, I think, in excess of 120 million and continues to grow. So it's a very small, I don't have the percentage in front of me, but it's very
Okay,
small.
well, my calculator math, I didn't use a napkin, works out to 0.000375%. Does that sound about right?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, and I'm not, no, I won't ask the other one because I'm not sure whether I can ask it in public. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. I guess next one's myself. I'm just going to ask if I can ask the auditor if we can get a memo on the closure of the risks for any reports of fraud from the city auditor's report 2025. Is that something you can provide us?
Sorry, can you say exactly what it is for all of these, or for just the ones we
Yeah, what
send
would be
out?
the ability for you to give us a memo on that for the 2025
I do not track
annual report?
those. They're not tracked like audit recommendations. So right now, I couldn't do it. I would have to. We don't have that ability. They're not audit. They are very specific. We're not providing you with those reports either. I think we may need more conversation to figure out, and potentially just to figure out how we would do that. It's not something that we're doing now.
Okay. So we got 15 reports of fraud in the report.
Well, there's more than that because we also have the other reports that were control weaknesses identified that we were not able to either substantiate or not substantiate in some cases because we didn't have information. So there's those ones as well. So there's like I said, 50% of the reports, and they're not all my reports either, right? Like there's only in this total here, the substantiated 3 are the ones my office would have reported of the 18. The weakness ones is more, but so it's not going to give you the full picture to get it just from my office.
Okay, let me think about that then. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford. We've got about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, no, I think just to build on, I think what the intent of my colleague is asking for is I actually don't think it's a memo from the city auditor. I think it's a memo from administration. So I'm specifically looking at the control weaknesses identified, and because there is currently no tracking mechanism, I think the desire from what I'm hearing from my council committee colleague is the desire to make sure that those risks, that there is some follow through on those risks, and that those risk gaps are closed, and that we have validation that they're closed. So I guess, since we're at committee and it's a little bit, is that your, to the chair?
Yeah, I think that sounds much more eloquent than what I said.
So I guess to administration then, would that be something? No, not Siri. To administration, is that something that could be provided in the form of a memo? Is any an update on any of the work to close any of the specific control weaknesses identified through the auditor's annual report?
Yeah, just to clarify, we're looking at page 22 of the attachment 1, and then under control weaknesses identified, the various bullets within that, you'd be looking for a memo to say, here's the control weaknesses, here's the things that took place in order to close that weakness.
Yes, and confirming that weakness has been.
Yeah, we can work together across administration to work together on a memo on that.
Perfect. Does my colleague, it was your idea, so do you want to move a motion to that effect?
Yeah, do we probably need a motion for that? What kind of timeline could we get?
Truthfully, I'm not entirely clear on each of these. They would span across multiple departments. So I would prefer either like an inquiry or a motion to help direct that work, because this wouldn't be this wouldn't be something that we'd have readily available, and so it'd take some time to like collate and put it all together.
Okay, well, maybe could we get some help with that over the lunch hour and come back in the afternoon? We got 9.1 still to do, so would that be something we can bring back after lunch?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very
Am
much.
I allowed
Okay.
to ask a clarifying question as well?
Please.
Do you want only for what's in this report or also going forward?
So I think because for me, I can only speak for myself. We haven't debated any memo or anything on the floor. What I would be looking for is specific to this report because I think some of the control weaknesses are substantive, and I want to make sure that we have a track record of those from an accountability perspective. In past years, we haven't had as many substantiated, or the ones that were substantiated didn't cause as many flags as some of these weaknesses do for me personally. So that's, I wouldn't say it's on a, I think that would be dependent on what findings are issued in any given annual report.
Perfect, thanks. And that brings us to just about noon here. We will have to continue on with this, including that motion at 7.7 at 1:30. So recess for lunch.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, test test test. Check 1 2, check 1 2, test test. Check 1 2, check 1 2, test test. Check 1 2, check 1 2, test test. Okay. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, check, check. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, check, check.
April 10th, 2026 Audit Committee. We'll start with a roll call of committee members, starting with Councillor Palmer.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Badamambe.
Good afternoon.
Online we have Mr. Burrows.
Good afternoon.
And we have Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
And looks like online we have non-members. We have Councillor Tang.
Hello.
And I think that's everybody, unless I'm missing somebody's count, or is Mayor Knack out there? Doesn't look like it. All right, back to business, and we left off on 7.7, I think, in public. So we have a motion to put forward as well. So I guess I'll click on for that. So. There you go. So I guess without any further ado, I'll put a motion on the floor that administration provide a confidential memo on the outlining administrative actions taken to address control weaknesses identified in the April 10th, 2026 Office of City Auditor Report, OCA 03502, City Auditors 2025 Annual Report. Do I need a seconder? No? Okay, good. All right. Any questions? Click on now. It looks like no questions, so we'll go to a vote on that.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that carries 6-0. Thank you. And with that, I think we're concluded on the 7.7. Do we need to do anything else on that? I think we're okay. Right on. Then I guess the only other item we have is 9.1, and I'll get somebody to motion to go into private once again.
So move subject to 20 and 29?
19.
Oh, if I looked at the paper, okay.
It's close. That was close. Thanks. Any questions? Okay, we'll get a vote on that, please.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That carries 6-0. Thanks. We'll give it a minute.
We are confirmed in public.
Yeah, welcome back. Thanks. Looks like we'll have a motion for item 9.1. Sorry.
I would like to move that the request from KPMG to submit a proposal for consulting services as outlined in attachment 1 of the April 10th, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 03515, be approved, and that the April 10th aforementioned report remain private pursuant to Section 19 and 30 of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that? Click on now. Excellent. Sounds good. We'll go to the vote. Oh, did you want to speak to it? No.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that carries 6-0. That's all of our items today. Motions pending. I have none. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice. I haven't received any. So we'll be adjourning today at 1:47 p.m. Thanks so much, everybody.